Why do I have so many Visual Studio debug consoles? You think I'm muted? No, I'm just not saying anything. But I'm just trying to deal with the fact that nobody in chat is saying anything. All right. Um I think I have to fucking move a bunch of shit around again. I kind of hate this, actually. So the problem is the problem is the 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 problem as you see is as you see. We could swap these. This would have to get a lot shorter. Could swap these. Then they're out of position. Or we just leave it where it is. We just leave it where it is. So the deal is I'm concluding that I should get rid of these two drop downs. The problem is that gets rid of the thing that we were doing here. So like maybe I find something else to do with this hallway that's mildly interesting. Or maybe I move this screen down here, but that screws everything up if I do that. Or maybe I leave all of these and they're just freezered on that. I could do that. Hmm. I'm going to do this for now. I'm going to postpone any deeper decision. We're going to do this. Going to do that. We're going to do that. So you actually can't do these yet until later on. Till after you do that one. But that one is first, so like people are likely to do this one first anyway. Okay, we'll leave that like that. I was going into this thinking I was going to do something different, but that's fine. Then I was thinking about this today. I was thinking about, should I put a monstro here? Tower Boys are about to finish a multi-million-dollar game. Maybe. Dude, you never know. Look how much money Vampire Survivors made. That didn't have 10 people working for 2 weeks with Jarvis in a tower. Okay. So here, I'm just wanting to maybe make this a little bit more interesting. Because when I did this, it was sort of placeholder for the idea. I don't totally hate it, but you don't really think about anything here, right? You don't really solve anything. You know what I'm thinking of doing after choking to death on chocolate is maybe doing a reprise of this Monstro situation down here, because this works really well. I mean, I could start with exactly the same shape and then just try to make it differenter. Or maybe not. Maybe it's just fun that we reprise the same pattern upstairs. And where instead of walls, it's a drop to the death. To the pain. Now, the thing is, if I do this, maybe I should do that up here. This room is kind of just a placeholder place to put a teleporter right now. Okay, you know what? Yeah, we're just going to have fun. So I just finished on a certain phase of the overworld doing a pass over all the levels, and that felt really good. They're all a lot better. You saw some of it happen on the stream. Okay, I have a moral choice like in BioShock because there are some bugs I need to fix. Yeah, we should fix the bugs. But I was thinking about that. I was going to say we could just have fun looking at the overworld, but I'm already feeling that streaming is draining my energy right now. We'll see where we end up with that. We'll see. Uh, for now, is there a way to fit the Monstro in without destroying the whole thing? Because the problem is the other one with the Monstro is about going around and just getting past the Monstro. Whereas here, you're actually trying to get into the middle here. And the problem is, as soon as I put this guy here, you can't really do anything. I mean, maybe you. The problem is, I can't ever get past him without walking past him. So I can't do the pattern that I'm doing right now about starting outside and going in unless there's like a third mirror or I don't even know. I mean, maybe there's just a Monstro on this part. We could do that to make this more interesting, right? This goal. Like while you're mirroring back and forth out here, the Monstro's mirroring back and forth. What if he stands there? Oh, that's kind of mean. It's kind of mean. Anyway, so instead of this just being leap to the exit, I kind of want to use this space because this is defined by the puzzle. But I think for this to work, I have to use this space. Because the way the other one worked was you teleport the monster out of the way. He gets out of your way here, but now he's blocking your way here. And so you need to get slightly past him and then teleport him back and then go, right? Um, yeah, we could still do that. Let's try it. Do I not have a marker up here? It's ridiculous. Okay. Okay, well, right now, he's clearly in very much the wrong place because I wasn't even. So that just screws up. What I wanted to do. Actually, let's put him right here. I just wanted to know where am I going to end up over here if I teleport, right? Over there. Okay, so if he's 2 steps further in, I mean, we could have this be a whole spiral that goes inward more and more. Um, if he's 2 steps further in, then I teleport him, I get past him. And then I have to get out of the way, teleport him back. It just doesn't seem very hard because there's no. In the other one, you had to solve levels, I guess, is what made it more of a thing. Whereas here, it's like, eh. Audio is somewhat low. Guys, As I said on Twitter, Microsoft is trying as hard as fucking possible to kill Windows. Like audio just changes randomly now. Okay? I can't, like, I just go back and edit this number all the time now. Whoops, did I go the wrong direction? Uh, yeah, like, why do I have to turn this up now? Hello, hello, still low. Like, I'm just trying to fucking do some work. Like, Jesus Christ. And now I don't even know which settings has the volume on it. It's not this one. Like, where's the fucking microphone volume? Oh, it's in device properties. Great. Okay, we got an extra 10. I'm sure that really helps. Like, what? Why doesn't. I mean, Microsoft only has 50,000 H1Bs. I wonder why they can't do a good job on any of this. It's a mystery. The mirror is on a squish block, and you raise and lower the mirror with a button. Um, we have that. I mean, in levels we have that for sure. In the overworld, so the problem is we can't use a button here because this is pure mirror land. So there's no buttons allowed, really. Although we do use crystals here. But there's oh, never mind. There's crystals in mirror isles. Yeah. See, and then if I could walk this way, and then I would step aside and let him out. It's just, I don't know if that's. I just don't know that that's good enough to bother adding. Oh, we can't use a monstro here. What am I talking about? It's pure mirror isles. I literally just said it's pure mirror isles. I mean, if we had a good enough reason, we could probably do something here, but because like the promised area, you get there through the mirrors, vertical mirrors, so maybe it doesn't have to be pure, actually. But nevertheless, she persisted, and also this just isn't that interesting. Without like levels unlocking it, it's not that interesting. We could do a mirrorable mirror. We don't actually technically know if you went there. And I don't, we could lock you out unless you went there, but I don't want to make it harder than it has to be. There's buttons right after this. Yeah, you're right. I forgot about that. I did totally use buttons. Entity out of bounds. Okay, well, we got to fix that. Yeah, there's buttons up here. But I like this puzzle a lot more than the old one. So we're probably keeping the buttons. Entity out of bounds. Entity out of bounds. Wait, was that both of these are saying entity out of bounds? Dude, I need to fix my fucking... Look at all this. Okay, that is something I just did today. So at least... All right. So there. There. Ta-da. Fixed. So I wonder why the teleporters were triggering the entity out of bounds. That's what I don't get. Do I ever just yell at the computer? Yes, I do. Absolutely. All right. Okay, so this doesn't seem that interesting to me. I mean, we could add some stuff, right? So here's the thing. Okay, let's try making it as interesting as possible without the monstro, because I'm already thinking of some stuff. So here's the thing. Because this is a deadly gap, well, we could make it so that this is higher and then you drop down to this, first of all. I mean, this could be... I mean, I guess it's nice if it's bidirectional and you can walk back, but whoever walks back through here, right? So, I mean, one thing we could do that's kind of funny is... Whoops. Um, hey, maybe you can't go there. And we're going to have you go out in the middle. And I mean, that's a little bit silly, right? Oops. So now I go here. Like that sticks way out further than it needs to. So we maybe don't need to do that. So I go here and I want to go one more, but I can't. So I got to go there, but I can't, you know, I almost, lol. That's at least a little bit cuter. I mean, it's still, you don't really think about anything. And it's still not interesting enough to really be like, hey, that was fun. Do I want it specifically to be normal horizontal mirrors? No, not necessarily. So I guess that's the thing is we could do the vertical mirror theme all the way out here. The thing is, I mean, the problem is there kind of is just some space to fill here, right? Even these two vertical mirrors is just like, I don't know, let's do some stuff. So, and it's not, I mean, it's not really filling the space. We've got to cross the space. I don't mind if what's in here is very sparse, but I would like it to be interesting, right? And then we cross the space to get to where we're going. So this screen and this screen, yeah, they could also be vertical mirrors. It's just, does that yield a more interesting puzzle here? A maze could at least have a loop in it. Could it? Oh, you mean just so it's not monotonically forward? My creative brain, I think, wants to rest. I'm not having sparks of ideas like I was even last night. So the play might be to fix bugs. There's a really bad bug now that I guess I introduced with the optimizations, but I don't know how it happened. It's boring because it's a labyrinth, just making local progress solves a puzzle. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, which I also would be okay with though, if it were a more interesting core idea, right? But really what's going on is just like, look, you've mirrored like 5,000 times in the game. We're just doing a little bit more because it's a mirror themed area. And so that's, I mean, it's not like awful, but it's also not, it's not the best part of the game, let's just say. When Soldier Boy makes his video about how great this game is, he probably won't be showing this part. Why'd my particles go away? Let's see if that happens again. All right, we're going to fix bugs. Bugaroonies. Bugholios. Okay. Let's at least trim off this part. So we can trim 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. I'm just verifying that I can do it still. All right. So that works. We'll see later if we come up with some idea. And we want two ideas. We want that screen and then we want this screen. And then everything after that I think is fine. Even here we could have stuff or it could be the way that it is. I don't mind it too much. Parade of the earlier ideas. Yeah. Yeah, so if I came up with a list of like what are the best ideas, we could do that. I have a feeling that wouldn't work with this floating concept. It might. But we can get rid of the floating concept as well. It doesn't, that's not the most important thing. All right, so the scary bug that I had is as follows. See these dragons? It's very important for this puzzle that these dragons stay the way that they are. Okay? And yet, under some condition that I don't totally understand, when I was playing around with this today on my laptop, they changed direction. And it didn't even happen as part of a move. It was like I loaded the game later and they all changed to face 0, 0, 0. And that is very bad. And so I feel like we're setting the theta under some condition. Let me see if, because I hadn't been doing much. So maybe something that simple will repro it. No. Huh. At first, I saw it happen twice. And at first, I was like, maybe I was running through here with Bard Power in debug mode and just charmed one of them sideways. But then it happened again to both of them. It was terrible. Terrible. I guess we can get rid of this square, huh? Well, we want more camouflage on the level. I mean, what else do I do to try to repro? Guys, you're going to make me quit streaming, okay? All right. No, seriously, I'm so annoyed. Like, my entire life is trying to make this huge game, and there's just constant frictions, right? And then just I go to stream and like that's got its frictions involved. And then the last thing I need is the fucking mic volume. Like it's too much. I never, since I've moved this computer in, I have not changed it. I have not installed anything. I haven't done anything, and the microphone volume changes randomly all the time. Like a dignified person would not use this computer. Do you know what I'm saying? But I don't have a choice. So rip. Okay, I also just realized. I also just realized uh, there's an exploit in this level, I guess, or there's two solutions, right? So I didn't really design it this way, but you could do this. Kind of don't want you to do that. Right? So right now you can do that, or you can do this. I like the symmetry of how the big stars are laid out, but I don't really like that. Well, what do we do here? We could do this. We could do this. That actually doesn't matter, which is, of course, interesting. We could leave it this way, but I mean, this makes it harder, but get good, you know? I mean, maybe we leave it that one. Maybe it is like this. I don't know. I mean, that's kind of an ugly shape. I think this is dignified person would have vibe coded this game. That doesn't even make sense. That doesn't even make sense either seriously or as a joke. Like you can't vibe code a real game. So like how is it funny? There we go. It happened. Oh, maybe it happened because of the control F11. In which case I should fix it. However, it's not as mission critical. Wait, does it happen every time I... Why would that be? Does that happen? What if I have wardrobes open and we have a dragon folio? we control F11. He turns right. Okay, that's actually great. That is wonderful. Because it'll make it very easy to fix this. And I'm glad it has to do with control F11. Because, yeah. All right. Great. That was the scary bug. And I shouldn't use too much past tense. Okay, anyway, let's finish this. All right. Okay. The problem is once I've done that, I can't like undo it. Maybe this is fun. I literally just checked off this level. And now I'm like, oh, I want to change it. I want to change the level. Can you vibe code anything really? You could vibe code a tower. You could download a car. So did they take down... They used to have these scorecards up. Yeah, they... Does anyone know why they got rid of... They had like who the different people were and what the meters are of how much code they had added and removed or whatever. It's a nice sunset. It's dark here now. Anyway, they took it away. Does Adam C. Eunice live in Canada? He seems Canadian, I guess. Okay, I can't test this till we fix the bug anyway. Let's check in the changes. He's Australian. Did he fly all the way from Australia to go to the programmer tower? I mean, at least there are girls there sometimes, I guess. Okay. Um, wait. Okay. I actually, in prep for art, I want to at least do this. I want that to be seen. Okay, so how are we going to debug this? We're going to go to set orientation. Where did we put that? Set Set pose probably. Because that is one of the new functions that we were making be called a lot more. No, set theta target, because set pose doesn't even. Has to be set theta target. Why is this in a different file? I don't know. Okay, if e dot theta, if theta is equal to 0, and e dot entity type is equal to monster, we'll just assert false. We'll put that there. We'll put that there. And we'll put that there. That's because his standards are too high. No, I guarantee you his standards are not too high. Look, here's what you don't fucking understand. Games are incredibly expensive, even when you can hire programmers who are willing to work and are good. Okay? Every time you step down from that, and I've made this mistake, so I know, I've spent millions of dollars paying people who weren't really good enough to do what I was asking them to do. It's just a recipe to fire hose money and have your project collapse eventually. It's not good. His standards are not too high. It's just a bunch of posers on the internet want to think that they're the best programmers. And if Notch therefore wouldn't hire them, then it must be that Notch is wrong. It's not that they're wrong. The current credentialing system is just bad. You mean just like universities and stuff? I agree that that's bad, but is it that bad in programming that even with Notch's FU money, he can't find decent ones? I mean, you don't know what top salary he's willing to pay, but I can tell you if he's merely paying $200,000 a year, yeah, it's pretty hard to find people who are good. Yeah, I don't even open the normal Twitch pages anymore because it's such a disaster. Wait, I was already there. I might have screwed up. We might need to start on fix. What is taking
Bevis to
so
the perimeter.
long?
Errol, arm the traps.
All right.
Connor.
We still don't
Connor?
we still don't stop
Errol?
dialogues when we
Where the blast am I?
Okay, there we go. Our trap has fired. Assert false. Why are we setting this to 0? Post undo reevaluate. It dot theta target. Why did the theta target change to 0? So maybe this isn't the problem. Oh, we already overwrote it because of where we put our assertion. So we don't know if the theta current was different or something. All right. Um, I just want to be able to set a breakpoint here and get the address of the monster. And then we could set a data breakpoint. Or maybe it's already rotated, right? Okay, so I'm going to hit Control F11. Wait, we need to break there. Editor, save. All right. Control F11. Boom. Entity, undoable data, theta current, theta target. Those are correct, sir. Okay, so one B79 2 7 EEO. EEEEO. Snap rotate. Wait. What? Why are we doing this? So basically, okay, I understand what's happening, I think. So, as previous viewers who watch the stream during these optimizations will know, for gameplay entities, the gameplay relevant angle is stored in this theta target value that's on the entity, right? And theta current is a thing that's always interpolating toward theta target, and that's how things turn. And we convert things to a quaternion for visual purposes. But also when you're in an editor, like if you're rotating something with the rotation widget, then you're tweaking the quaternion, and then when it's time to finish rotating, we snap it back. Now here we are calling an editor function to snap the thing, and the orientation has not been initialized, so we snap it to 0. However, in the old pre-optimized thing, the orientation would have been initialized because we were writing to it all the time. But now we don't, and so this shouldn't be happening. Okay, this is very this is very old code. It's just literal. I expected it to be something subtle about like, oh, it thinks we're at, no, it's like I literally I liter I literally did that. You don't make much, dude. I make minus $1.4 million a year. Uh, hey, look, it stopped happening. All right, well, you know, some days that's the bug. I think I deserve a little bit of a snack after we take the W here. All right. Fix control F11, rotating all monsters to 0. This also might have introduced extra confusion that one time when I was running through the monster room and trying to repro like weird rotations. It's actually not true that I'm making minus 1.4 million. I mean, I am, if you count, everything that comes in from the old games as my money, then yeah, we're making about minus 1.4 million. Right? I don't know. But you know, we get to do what we chose to do in life, which is great, even though it sucks. A lot of days it really sucks. Okay. Um, but some days it's good. Some days it is good. It can't suck as much as web dev or AI. Yeah, I would probably be less happy doing any of that stuff for sure. For sure. It's just I have this personality trait where I want to do the best of everything, and it just means I end up playing life on hard mode a lot of the time. Like if most people made tens of millions of dollars from a video game, they would just buy a nice house and like live in Bali or something. No, not Bali. That's not a good place to live, but you know what I'm saying. And like then if they kept making games, they would make sequels or some cute thing. But I didn't do that because that's not how I do it. And it just means, on the one hand, hopefully we make things that are more good things. Hopefully we make more things that are more better than it would have been if I had been sitting on a beach house. Although that's not clear. Um, I don't know. I don't know. All right, I'm gonna grab a little turkey Swiss out of the refrigerator, and then we'll continue. It's not really surprising that so many people just retire from games. Yeah, I mean, I kind of don't understand it at some level because I can't really do anything else. Even though it doesn't make sense. Like, I should be working on, nuclear fusion simulations or something, right? For how it's so hard to do what I do, it's easier to work on nuclear fusion simulations. And if you don't believe that, you've never made a really complicated video game. Like it's the hardest software thing that there is, period. Um But I do games. I don't know why. But I also, yes, I also understand why people just say fuck all of this and just bail. I fully get that too. I fully get it. Smoked turkey or regular turkey? Cracked pepper turkey. Hey, is Code Manager parallel with parser in your compiler? What is Code Manager? That sounds familiar. Do you have some source leak of the compiler from like 10 years ago? Did somebody fucking leak the compiler 10 years ago and I'm only hearing about it now? Because we had a thing called Code Manager and I deleted it in, I'm going to say 2018, 2017. Oh, you probably mean from early streams. I see. Yeah. Uh, okay. The answer is no, it is not. Because that is the most complicated part of the compiler. It's very hard to parallelize. And so the lexing and parsing stages before that are in parallel, but that's in serial. It's just too hard right now. Isn't it weird that turkey and chicken meat are so different from each other? Like they're birds. They both look basically the same. They're same shaped birds. Like if you ate monkey and human, would they be that different? Not that I recommend that at all. Would they be that different? I don't know. Like why are they so different? I don't know if my microphone is still plugged in because we just got a bloop bloop bloop. And of course, Windows doesn't bother to tell you what unplugged. It just says bloop bloop bloop. It's insane that Notch cannot even hire staff to make a game. No, I totally get it. It's so incredibly hard to hire people, you have no idea. I 100% get what he's like. I can't hardly find programmers. And mine's much easier because it's remote, right? Is the difficulty skill, requested salary, remote office, or all of the above? I would say there's two difficulties. They are skill and actually wanting to work on things. Like a lot of people, like it used to be, and people who are younger may not even remember this world, but it used to be that like you would have companies and they just operated normally and they would have an office and people went in there. And for the most part, people would get work done. You might, in some pathological companies, have like Milton with the stapler and whatever, and he doesn't do anything. But for the most part, that didn't really happen. And now the default expectation is that people don't do anything. And you have to be like constantly on their ass to get them to do anything, right? And like, I just can't, I don't run that kind of company. I just can't, I can't hire those people. It's so much more expensive to employ them. Everybody wants to pay and to do as little as possible for it. Yes. Yes. So salary is not really the problem. Um, I mean, it is sort of, right? Because there's also, you can imagine that if there's some set of best people, if you paid enough, you could get them. But enough is like 500, 600, $700,000 a year. I can't afford that. It's insane. So what do? You have to you have to get really lucky and find someone who wants to make games and who really likes what you do. Is it possible to identify those kind of people during interviews? I would say it is kind of possible. Like you can detect to a decent degree. Yes, but then there's always a random factor. You know, some people are just not that good at talking about what they worked on. But really, most often, so here's the thing, I've been interviewing people the past couple weeks, even just as contractors to do like porting to consoles and stuff. And like people have resumes that kind of look good in terms of what companies they worked at. And then you talk to them and they're like, hey, I did this thing at this company. And you're like, how long did you work on that? And they're like, 2 years. And you're like, oh, you know, like it's something that I probably would do in like a month, maybe 2 months if you imagine it's gnarly and involves all sorts of, you know, just complications that you need to deal with to do the good version of it. And they do it for 2 years and then they move on to another company, right? And it's like at some point people have to realize that like they're like you can't hire that person to do really serious things. They just didn't understand. Yeah, that is more common too. But that's the thing. Why has it become normalized to have this engineering environment where the majority of the people can't even do anything? Like that's always been a little bit true. Like there's always been this, the square root of the number of people who are the people who really get it and know what's going on. But it used to be that the rest of the people did contribute a decent amount of forward momentum and got some stuff done. They just weren't the stars, right? Now it's like those people are just filling chairs and they're doing mildly negative amounts of work at all times. And that's just, it's expected that that's how it is. And I don't get that at all. It's normalized that competency is evil. Yeah, I think that's actually part of it, right? You're gatekeeping if you say that people should have skills. But that can't last forever. Like economics has to take over again eventually. It just might take 100 years. Is interviewing people a huge time sink? It's not that bad. It's just more really inconvenient to have all these meetings scheduled at specific times that I have to work around. And it's also a lot more stuff on the to-do list and I don't like that. Like I need to be getting like game bugs off my to-do list and stuff. You do technical interviews, right? Do you mean like a programming test? No, we don't generally do a programming test. Um, if we did, that still doesn't mean that people like if you think that if someone can do leet code that they can work on a video game, an advanced video game, it's just not the same thing. Like the skill set is way, way, way different. Like video games is a relatively specialized field where there's a lot of domain specific knowledge that is necessary that you might get from neighboring fields. Like if you did like medical imaging, like we hired one guy who had medical imaging experience and he turned out really good. um so you can get it from neighboring places, but you can't just like, I don't know. Yeah. When am I going to develop bingle bappers? I mean, apparently I don't like money, otherwise I would do it now. I just don't argue with dumb people. So what I mostly mean is in games there's a few areas. I don't know, it's kind of fractal, right? So if I start explaining, there'll be sub things and sub things and sub things. Um, but yeah, like you can start with just the 3D math and all the, not just the math, but all the conventions about how models and, meshes work and how textures work and how sampling works on the GPU and like how shaders work and how do games deal with this CPU GPU code separation and there's just all these things. I assumed that guy was talking about me, so I banned him. Invariably, people who say that kind of stuff, if they had decided to try to do this, they would have given up very early and like not like you always look at like what that person has accomplished and it's always like a joke, right? So at some point it's just not worth even arguing with those people. How do you distinguish between someone that isn't able to do anything at their current job because of bad company or bureaucracy, yet they would excel at your work environment? Okay, here's the hard truth is those things, it's not orthogonal in the following way. If somebody stays in a bad work environment for a few years, it will ruin them. They will no longer be the kind of person who could excel at your work environment. This is why I tell people to get out of those situations. Okay. That's some black pill. It's not that much of a black pill. It just means you got to get out of there. You got to get out of there before you become Milton with the stapler. All right. Like Christopher Lloyd in Star Trek. That's a niche reference right there. Is that Star Trek 6? There's so many Star Trek movies. Star Trek 3 In Search for Spock? Okay. I was confused. I thought that was the scene. Yeah, okay. Oh, is that the one with I have had enough of you? Okay. We're recalibrated. We are recalibrated on our Star Trek. 6 has Christopher Plummer. Okay, that might be why I was confused. I mean, Christopher Lloyd is John Big Booty, right? Didn't he play him? Yes. So I'm sure I enjoyed that when I saw Star Trek 3. That John Big Booty was the main villain. Known more as the Doc from the Back to the Future. I mean, yeah, maybe a few people have seen this niche movie of which you speak. Okay, we're gonna finally fix a camera panning thing.
The old man's map was correct. Now to see what's really in here.
Right, see that? See that shift there when I cross that line? It's probably because we're wrapping the camera in a bad way. That didn't used to happen, and then I probably did something dumb in the camera code, and then okay. So pause overhead wrap to viewpoint. I don't think we want to do. I forget. Okay, so I forget why I inserted all these wraps. Um, I think it's because we're gonna have to figure all this out. Okay. Um, viewpoint. Right. So the problem the problem is yeah, I was trying to fix some stuff on the overworld about when you interpolate between the overhead map and the local area map, right? And they're across the world boundary. And I tried to do that by wrapping this, but maybe I should only do this if area T. That seems bad. You would still get a discontinuity in some rare cases. Okay. So the funniest thing about people trying to be aggravating, like people on the internet still think like Reddit people or 4chan people or whatever made these really weird videos about Soulja Boy, and they think that like I don't like Soulja Boy, and they think it annoys me to talk about Soulja Boy when like all that is completely wrong. We were very happy when he was playing Braid and streaming it. Because as an indie game developer, it's like, oh, dude, a famous person is playing our game. Maybe that'll spread the word about the game. And so I don't. For some reason, I'm gonna ban this guy because he's just trying to annoy me. But I want him to know what an idiot he is for thinking that I don't like Soulja Boy or something. Like, this is what happens when you're too online and you brainwash yourself with your own weird videos and stuff. Bye. Soulja Boy is great, etc. It's really just the fault of Indie Game the movie using that clip in an inappropriate context. It does suggest it. I agree. And I didn't see that. Like, they initially had me view the cut and give them comments, and I didn't realize that just because I knew what I was actually saying. So I didn't see how it came out in the movie. But nevertheless, it would not be that widespread of a misunderstanding unless so many people were like trying to increase the distortion, you know? It's really weird, but I guess it's really fortunate because when thousands of people on the internet are trying to harass you, it's kind of funny when like they miss so badly. You know what I mean? It's like it's actually much better than if they were to like somehow hit. This happens with other stuff too. So one time, this one's not that often, but one time someone on Twitter brought up the pee bottle from The Witness as though that were something I was supposed to be embarrassed about. Like, because he still thought that somehow I really peed in a bottle while developing the game or something. Like, I don't know. I don't know what he thought, but he brought it up like as a just as one of those, you know how you tweet something that somebody doesn't like and they reply back with an insult. He replied back with like a pee bottle insult, and I'm like, wait, you guys still don't. Did we use apple juice? No, it was yellow food coloring from Whole Foods. It was organic, probably. Would I still stand by the idea that I was sad that people like Braid for the wrong reason? Um, I am pretty sad about Braid in a lot of ways still, but the thing that I'm sad about is that everybody on the internet was such a dick about the game. That's what I'm sad about. It's sad that like I can't make things and let them bring me closer to an audience because a fraction of the audience is so goddamn hostile that you just have to wall them off. That's what I'm sad about. Like if you put your heart into anything and work incredibly hard on it, and it ends up just being something that makes everybody hate you, and not everybody, but like enough people that it seems like everybody, you're like, oh, well, that was a mistake. So yeah, I mean, I'm sad about it, but it's not like that thing that you just said that liked it for the wrong reasons is not really true ever. That's the thing that Matt was talking about is a misinterpretation from the edit in Indie Game the movie. Didn't realize touchy subject. I mean, I've had decades to deal with it at this point. Well, not quite decades, but are we, dude? Dude, the audio's fine. It's in yellow, right? It's like the pee bottle. It's in yellow. But yeah, actually, here, I'll just move the microphone closer. I don't know, man. Audio's hopeless. Does them being dick about it have to do with the game or them not liking me? It's them not liking me. Like there's in video games starting around 2014 or 2013, they're just it became I mean gamers always there was a segment of gamers who were always very abrasive, right? But like th- once all the woke shit started around 2014, then if you weren't on their side, they had to actively destroy your life by any means necessary, right? And that's part of it. Um and I don't know. And then the other part is just the normal gamer abrasiveness where they'll just be a dick to anybody who they know about, right? And those are just really uncool. Those are just really uncool things. 2014 is about the same time Gamergate happened. Yeah. Um Approximately. You thought it was just one of the first indie games to make it. It was. It was one of the first indie games to be a big hit. It's just that makes some people really angry or something. Or I mean, different people have different reasons for being mad, right? I think when you're not making something that's trying to be bottom of the barrel slop and people don't totally buy into it, they can have identity threat, right? There's lots of different reasons. It doesn't matter. What matters is it just made me not like most of the people on the internet, honestly. Yeah, if you that's a good way to say it. If you try to strive for excellence, then some people will just take pot shots at you for not being mediocre like they are. And that's really in any category, right? Like if you say that you work hard and try to put in a full 40 hours a week, which isn't that much compared to people who work really hard, you'll get hate from other game developers on the internet. That's unsustainable. You can't work more than 2 hours a day. You're an asshole. You're a gatekeeper, whatever. Like they'll go into ego defense at for any reason. And the internet is just it seems to be it seems to cultivate and propagate mental illness. That's just all I have to say. It's really not cool. Like, even if you say something pretty reasonable, like say you have a job somewhere and you're getting paid well, and you're like, I want to do a good job at my job so that they feel good about paying me. You'll get hate for that. Like, you'll get hate for anything, but it just gets magnified by how famous you are, because that's just how many more people recognize your name and respond to the hate and whatever, right? And it's just everybody, and you can't tolerate it, right? Because if you do tolerate it, then the only things that become acceptable are a downward spiral into complete decay, right? So you have to not accept it. Well, you don't have to, but civilization requires that you don't accept it. Um, yeah, it kind of sucks. Okay, let's get back to doing something. Okay, we were looking at this wrapping. I'm not sure what to do about this, I guess. Because I'm trying to have this minimally stateful thing. Maybe I should try talking to Casey about this. He might have an idea. I'm trying to have this minimally stateful thing where there's a local area position, right? There's a global position. I guess we do that. When you switch to overhead map, we can see if a local area is active at that moment, and we can wrap to that. Only when you invoke it. And then when we go to a local area, we can see if there's an overhead map active and wrap to that, right? Only if it's active. That seems goofy, but it's fine. But then what about cases where you can walk around, which you can't on the overworld? Maybe we should only enable this for the overworld anyway, right? And then you wouldn't notice it because you can't move around on the overworld, so you wouldn't notice it. But there were also, so aren't there still some wrapping, Mr. Playtester, if you're still in chat, aren't there still some wrapping issues? Like, I thought I saw some stuff in videos not that long ago about the camera like totally glitching out. I don't mean I don't mean things where the area is marked in the wrong place or whatever, but there was like stuttering and stuff. Is that still happening? Because that might be this code misfiring as well, and it would be important to understand that to fix it. Maybe it's been fixed for a while. I don't know. I remember seeing it like weeks ago. Depends on how recently it was fixed. Do you remember a location that was causing real bad stutters? I could just try it out. You do the local map view and then go into the fast. Oh, yeah, I didn't think about that. So that probably is totally broken. We could work on that. Because we want to change the whole camera logic for the fast travel area. I think so. So we could work on that. Right? Didn't we decide some things about that? Since it's been weeks since we talked about it. Okay. So local area map. Oh yeah, that's horrible. Okay, but it's fine. It's fine if I zoom out and back in. That's probably what I remember seeing. Is there a river under the terrain there? Because the sound effect, remember when we did the river distance thing? I'm hearing river sound effect at the origin there. Lol. Whoops. See, that's why you got to play your game with the sound on. A lot of times. Oh, wait. What? It's where the hole is. We have a hole and there was a river on the whole square. That might seem logically impossible, but it is not. All right. Okay, so when I'm here, okay. So the deal is, I think what's just happening is when you're in the fast travel area, Q just goes to the full map. And so if you're in overhead and you go to fast travel, it doesn't understand the mode, I think. So it's just fucking up because it's not supposed to have local area map. So we can fix that, but um let's fix the first thing, which is there's no. That was weird. There weren't any footsteps for a bit. You want to be able to run around in the zoomed out view and fast travel. I mean, at some point, doesn't it become arbitrary then that we don't let you here? I don't know. Maybe it's fine. Let's try that out. Okay, so um We're just doing random things in a random order. Okay? So how do we know? Okay, that's not right. Um, all right. Look, I can run around. It's a little hard to know exactly where the wall, like that looks like a wall. Like how are you to know? Oh, well, we could do this. We will flag this entity as where is it? Overhead map flags. Boom. A little better. We're just going to need to tweak the visuals for the map to make it more obvious. It's fine for now. So the other thing I want to do is, I guess it was the screen by screen thing, right? We want, what did we say? We said it should screen flip here, right? We said it should screen flip so that you have 3 rooms. I think that's fine. We'll work on that. But we got to get these other things. Okay. I'm not going to do this one yet, as agonizing as that one is. If you lock input, it means you could use arrows. Yeah. I don't know that we would. Like, the thing is, on the promised games especially, I think we want to let you play them from overhead, so I doubt that we will do that, but who knows? Let's see if we got any new graphics today. Let's see. Oh, we got some more stuff here. I already kind of knew about that. Now we got a little bit of stuff here. It's like the Genesis torpedo. The graphics are just spreading out from the middle. Okay. Hard to imagine it all with graphics. I know, dude. But it will happen. We will make it happen. I stress the importance of using a sufficiently large entity flags field. I did say that one time. It's hilarious that the AI has chosen that as the distillation of my programming philosophy. Truly the Elden Ring of puzzle games. Yeah, it is. It is the Elden Ring of puzzle game development as well. Some days in the development studio, you just keep getting stun locked, you know? All right. So let's go back. I'm going to try. Since you can't move around in the overworld, I'm just going to try a lame band-aid hack. Oh, you know what? We always having triple negatives. I think it's better just to put a knot here. It's easier to understand. Okay. Let's just try that. Dude, I keep forgetting this. Why do we have a dog? All right. Hey, look, it doesn't flicker anymore because we're just not wrapping. Okay, the problem is... I guess here there's no problem because... Well, I don't know. I don't know why there's a problem on the overworld and not here exactly. We should do some stuff to prevent this double dip of the camera, but we can do that later. Yeah, this is the mid zoom level. Right? That's full zoom. They're not much different here because the map is so small. Real gamers might recognize this level. They might, however, it has changed somewhat. Why is there a dog sound effect? We need to figure out why we started out so high up. I mean, I guess we were interpolating in from this. I don't know. Oh, whoops. Let's, all right. So here it's working because we're wrapping, I think, right? So local, global. I mean, it's kind of disorienting, but it's because the frame rate is low right now because it's debug build. And, you know, global is panning us all the way down to the bottom there. But it appears to be working. It's about the same on the 2D map menu on most games. Yeah. No, we're running pretty good, as I'm sure you've noticed. We're running pretty good now in release build. Now, as we add more art, we're going to have to see what happens there. You do have a very fast CPU. Here's the thing. We don't do necessarily so many draw calls anymore. We do for gameplay objects. So that's the thing, is just when there are like things that could move, we do a draw call at least per thing. But for all the graphical entities, we don't. Why this is here? Yeah, I mean, this is actually an explanation of what it's not a ironic what style question. It's to explain why that's there so that we don't delete it, because it seems really weird. Okay. Um dude, the overworld got so much better this layer, this area got so much better in the past couple weeks. It's crazy. It's crazy. Okay. I mean, I think maybe we write the comment for that and take the W. This is kind of a cop out, but it works for now. If you wrap the pause overhead, while you walk around, you'll get a viewpoint snap. When you cross the, you'll get a snap when you cross the wrapping boundary, because we are never perfectly orthographic. But on the overworld overhead map, which is the only place we need this wrapping, we don't let you move. We need the wrapping because sometimes you are interpolating from a local area. Okay, I explained. I mansplained. Commit. For some reason, I was talking to a girl on a dating site, which I don't usually do these days. And she started complaining about Trump, like, as, like, she started exhibiting this, like, pathological, overly online, like, depression about democracy being destroyed and stuff. And I was just like, all right, not going on that date. You just have to put MAGA in your profile. I had a Bumble profile like 5 years ago, and I put me shooting a sniper rifle in it, and they removed the picture because they were like, "We detected a gun in your picture, and guns are scary and bad." And I said, "Okay, well, I can't be on your app. Sorry, I'm going to stop paying you money." You just have to accept that 90% of women in the US are liberal. I mean, kind of. It's kind of like that, but it's also kind of not like that. There was one who talked about astrology in the first convo. Just tell her you made the color patch for Fortune's Foundation, right? Hey, let's take a little break and play around. Let's play around and then we'll go back to camera programming. All right. Playing around. Yeah, dating sites are a disaster, basically. They're completely useless for like any reasonable person. So we have 7 through 11 right here. Anytime you see endpoints, you can just stack them all up on one of the endpoints and it doesn't matter because you can switch them all. We have 6. Do we have 12? No, 12 is kind of buried, but it's buried under disappearing cards. So this is all pretty good. We could put queen on jack, 16 on 15, 7 on 6, gold jack we could put in the hole, 21 and 0 go, and then 12 uh, can go on 11 and connect the 13. All right, did we cover the 13? No. And then 18. The problem is 18 eats our slot. And we're a little far. We would have to get 20 and 19, and those are far. So we have gold jack, which would go on king queen, or 10, or 18, which would go on 19 or 17. So I don't want to eat the slot because we're just losing all the time from doing that. Um, let's do this. So we can do here, 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 entropy reduction. All right. And then here, bam, bam, bam. Oh, well, I mean, that's pretty good. We're up to blue 4. That'll go. 17 and green 8. Green acres are the place to be. I have had enough of dating sites. Heard Notch uses an exclusive dating app for rich people. I mean, I assume that those are all just gold digger apps, right? I don't actually know. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Bumble stock minus 90% over the past 4 years. I know. Dude, it's so sad because like Bumble was my best dating app. I did a lot better there than everywhere else for reasons I don't understand, but that's how it was. But I just could not. maintain self-respect and stay there. So I had to leave. They forced me to leave. Okay, what do we do here? What do we do here that's not a throw? We still have this 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 going. These red cards look kind of good, but they've all got holes in them. We need to combine these, and these are kind of buried. So there's a 2. There's a 2. Where is gold? There's a 2. Maybe it's time to YOLO the 18 now. Right? Oh, gold jack. We have a place to put gold jack now. We got the 10 out. This might work. 16, 15 in the hole. 7 on the 6. Gold jack on the 10. 21 pops, 0 pops. 12 goes in the thing. Oh, but yeah, 16, 15 is in the... Before, we would have put the 16 on the 15. Now, the 18 still fills one slot, and then this fills the other. So it's even more dangerous than before, actually. But there's less entropy. So maybe there's not enough less entropy, I don't think. Ha, 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 ha. Serious emotional problems, or I'm still with my husband, actually. Yeah, that's a no deal right there. No deal. No deal. Yellow 6 on 5. It's gold, man. Gold 6 on 5. Yeah, I was thinking about that. So 2 pops, 3 pops, right? Um, then we have green 5 and gold queen, and or green queen. I don't know what to do with those. Green 5 is 6 is there, 4 is there. Combine the tarots into a stack. Really? You want me to get 14 somehow? So 6 goes on 5, but then this 6 and this 5 and this 4 want to get together, right? Golden lemon. You mean golden lime? What? Ten on 11. Yeah, okay. Oh, right. I didn't see that. Okay. 10, 11, 2 and 3 pops, 6 on 7. And then 13 goes on the 14. That is good. That is good. I didn't see the 7. I did not see the 7. All right. That's great. That was the little boost that we needed. Now we have this 5, 6, 7 here. Do we want green 8? Or do we want 5? I think we want 5 because we can actually do something with 5. This gets us close to red 2, which is appealing, but 3 is not even that close. So I'm just going to do this. Do we want red 5? Maybe not. Do we want blue 5? We have 6. Oh, yeah. No, we just keep going. We just keep going. Okay, now do we want green 10? So green 4 actually will go. So if I do this, we go 4, 5, and there. Boom. Boom, baby. And then we can do this, right? That's great. So this 4 is still a thing. We could also do that swap-a-rooney, right? And then we could do this swap-a-rooney. And I mean, we do want red 4. Well, but we want 3 before 4. So this is an issue. This isn't going to get resolved till everything else gets resolved. That's what I'm saying here. All right. So now from here, we can do this and swap a Rooney with that. So we got 0 and 21, which is pretty good. 20 is here. 3 goes on the 4. On the 5, 9 goes on the 10. Easy clap. Easy clap. Let's put this up here. Should we get gold too? So we can get gold 4 and then this goes off, right? And then usually once you get an entire stack, victory is yours to lose at this point, right? I want to get rid of all the bad cards. Whoops, I flipped this the wrong way. So once you eat 12, there's really no bad cards below that. Oh, we're not going to be able to get the priestess. Oh, yeah, we can. What am I talking about? Oh, no, we can't because as soon as we do this, it'll pop down to 1, which is the magician. That's all right. We want to get the hot priestess, though, anytime we can handle it. But I don't think we can do it. I don't think it's doable from here. We'll get magician. It's all right. I mean, we won, and that's the important part. All right. Easy clap. You're feeling burned out. Well, we all feel burned out sometimes. I was feeling burned out yesterday, and today I just went to the park and laid on the grass for a while. And I watched a bad movie last night, and I don't feel 100% recharged, but I feel mildly recharged. Okay, now about this thing. The local area is spazzing out. When we go to the fast travel area. Okay, let's delete this comment. Probably some astrological reason. Well, if you had dated astrology girlfriend, we would know. November 21st to January 5th, you have a 6.5 week vacation. Maybe you're a lawyer at Meta because they have 6.5 week vacations. European alert, yeah. Always on vacation. No, Europeans are always on holiday. They're not on vacation. Also, if you're Spanish, you're on vacation every day anyway, from like noon to 4 p.m. You haven't spent any vacation this year, and in Denmark, you get 5 weeks and there are national holidays. Well, Denmark will never be an economic powerhouse. You do all right. I mean, I've been there. I've been to Denmark a couple times. You'll take the vacation over the +5 economic stat boost. But do you know what makes life actually luxurious? Is wealth. Do you know what produces wealth? Don't worry, you guys will figure it out because all of Europe is going into a turn everybody poor spiral. So by about 10 years from now, you guys will be like, well, maybe we should have made some different decisions. You were told that Denmark was evil Sweden. Um, I mean, Sweden certainly has a lot more immigration still. So whether you think that's evil Sweden or not evil Sweden depends on your view of that. You don't think vacation is the biggest problem here? I agree. No, the vacation is a small factor. The big factor is like not producing energy. Oh, we produce energy by burning trash. America's not exactly lifting off with a rocket ship to hyper wealth either. I mean, it's true. America has way more problems than it should. And this administration doesn't really look like it's going to fix them. However, I think Europe's problems are much deeper. And we might be able to save ourselves here or not. I don't know. But like, I mean, obviously Europe's consists of many countries, right? But like Germany's toast, France is toast. Um, and then what's the rest of the EU going to do without Germany and France, right? England's super toast. I don't know. England might save itself. And England at least, so England has deep social problems, right? But they didn't like shut down all their energy production the way Germany did. Like Germany's GDP is shrinking rapidly. Don't we all have deep social problems? We do. But so as an American, a country with deep social problems, I look at what's going on in England right now and I'm just like, "Oh my god, I'm glad I don't live there." It's so much worse over there. As many problems as we have here, it is so much worse over there. Although, if we had elected President Harris, it would probably be exactly the same here as it is in England right now. So, except that, we do have a constitution that protects us to some degree. But of course, the entire history of America has been a process of eroding the Constitution. So, how much longer the Constitution does anything actually useful, I don't know. Like at some point, it'll just be gone for all practical purposes. All right. So I'm going to move this up here. All right. So see, I could say if you're in the fast travel area and you're in local area mode, automatically swap. But this is probably not the right place to do it because we want to do it inside the camera teleport routine. So because in there we should generally be slamming all the interpolation values, right? Okay. So if we're in local area, Oh, I forgot this. Wait, didn't we do a get active hero just a minute ago? Oh, we just used it. I just did this. Yeah, okay. So we already have it here then. Okay. So we'll do this. Okay. Um, although that's that's probably a bad way to do it, actually. Let's let's not even do this for now. Because the problem is then if you go to fast travel and then back out, um, you'll be in a different mode than when you went in, and that's not great. Okay, so okay. We're gonna have to do something weird. But first, let's do this part. What? Oh. Oh. Fuck. All right. That'll have to do. Okay. Now we're gonna have to do something goofball here. Oh God, I hate it. I hate it. Wait, I can't. maybe just travel area, both local and overhead controls go to the overhead map. We don't want to hard set the state to .local area or to .overhead map when you go into fast travel, because then when you came out, we'd have switched the map mode, which is the sign of a not so high quality game made by Ubisoft or Blizzard or Electronic Arts or or who's some other people, or Bluehole, or what are some other people that make buggy games? Is this one guy just keep showing up to harass me under different accounts? This guy literally created his account 4 hours ago and he's here to harass me. Bethesda. What? Who makes all the Morrowind games? The Todd Howard games? Oh, Bethesda. Who made No Man's Sky? Hello Games. Okay, that's probably enough. Okay, let's actually do the thing. If settings that is overworld. We could really speed that up, honestly, by testing this once, but whatever. Um, I hope this works. I mean, it is kind of a goofy thing to do, maybe. Right, so these are 1. The whole point of doing it that way was just to set those to 1. Dude, I keep forgetting. Maybe I should just make an overload for that if that's what I want to call all the time. Let's stop starting unpromised. Local area. I'm going into the fast travel. Okay, it's still somewhat messed up, but not as messed up. I wonder. I mean, it's not good. So why isn't this working? I mean, I could set a breakpoint and see what it's doing, but like, why? Maybe there's some old code about local area stuff. Um, if we're inside fast travel. Yeah, like this. Which, by the way, we are caching inside fast travel area. I'm gonna call it fast travel and not fast. Because if fast sounds like something else. Elon Musk perfected travel to space faster than Robert. Space Industries made a game about space travel. I mean, no lie detected. Hey, look, it worked now. I mean, this is one of the more unfriendly overhead map areas. I should probably limit skipping stones. Skip the stone zone to not include the red zone. You know what I'm saying? Let's do that. It's pretty unfriendly to be that zoomed out. I actually don't. So now that, see, we put in these area names and in all these local zones way back before the game had gelled to the place where it is now. And now I'm not sure they're really useful. Or maybe we shouldn't have specific, maybe we keep the area names, but we don't keep the specific camera things and just have the local area view always be the same size. You know, that might make sense. Because I just think, like, two things. One, it's a little bit bad to have it be inconsistent sometimes, whether you get a custom zone or this, the default zone, let's say, right? But then also, a lot of the custom zones are now like hardly bigger than one screen anyway. And what's the point of that? Sometimes it's nice, sometimes it's very annoying. Is it only very annoying when it's broken, or is it also annoying when it's correct? You know what I mean? Because sometimes, especially in the sky level, we just haven't maintained or set these things up. Like this is really awful how it's skipping twice here. Um, like what does correct mean? It's correct if you could see what you wanted to see. Yeah. Well, in theory, and which is not to say that this is actually how it works, but in theory, if there's a custom zone, we're helping you focus on it, right? But what does that mean? Like maybe you wanted to see this river going off to the left and into the loop. I mean, maybe we should let you pan around. Oh, it's still fucking doing it, dude. Oh, now it does it for two. Okay, we went the wrong way. Um, so like, I mean, I guess ideally, maybe this would be more annoying, but we would like fade out the sides and just show you this zone, right? But like maybe that's just not a good idea. All right, well, we fixed this. But yeah, it's also a little weird. It's like, hey, we're zooming out because it's a different size. That's one of the things that happens with the custom zones is they're different sizes from each other. And they're also um I mean, just as you walk into and out of a custom zone, the zoom level snaps, and that's annoying. So, what if, how would you feel if I turned off the custom local areas and just had it be like the default view, right? Which is like the overhead map view, but closer in. Would that be better? So you'd be okay if it's just like, hey, you can see the nearest 3x3 section. All right, let's try that. Because that's also simpler and it means we don't have to have as much markup all over the world for all the camera things. We would probably still mark the named areas because if this is the Elden Ring of puzzle games, we need to have the named areas, right? So we could still name the area you're in, but we would give you the same view. So far, you haven't needed to know that really. Yeah. I feel like what we were doing is like back when I programmed this, there was no default overhead view. That came later when I realized, oh, it's annoying if the overhead view or if the local area view, I mean, doesn't do anything if you're not in a custom zone, right? And so then I made the default zone. All right, let's try this. How easily can I do this? Let's take the W first. Um, remove spasms when am I allowed to say spasms? Will I get arrested for that in England? Into fast travel and on the local area view. World map has labels and you can make, yeah, we could like put little dotted lines around the zones or something, or little energies or something. That's the thing. So this is actually one of the key skills of game development, right? Is like as you develop your game, letting go of the old stuff that doesn't totally work is like important. I'm already on the list in England. Oh, I'm sure I am. I'm kind of afraid to travel there now. That's what's so funny is like all the people in Europe are like, "Oh my God, Trump's a dictator. I can't travel to the US." And I'm like, dude, to look what's going on in England right now. I actually don't know. Would I get arrested if I went there? I don't know. I assume not because they just don't care that much about me, but what if? Spastic is what would get you arrested, probably. Yeah, but like, can't you use spastic as an adjective to describe something that is spasming? isn't that isn't that the adjective? All right. Um yeah, I mean, I guess I can't go to conferences in England now cuz I'm legit afraid of being arrested. Okay, so local area. Okay, this is not a thing anymore. Oh no, that's settings. Sorry, never mind. That's fine. Um okay, we didn't do that. Okay. Area look at. Area marker center, area marker extents. Okay. So that should just give us the local view always. You're a generic white dude. I think you'll be fine. No, those are exactly the people that will not be fine in England right now. Okay, so this is the new behavior. Wait, it's almost exactly the same, I guess, but we're staying at the same zoom level now. Is this a good amount of view for the overworld? I feel like it is, right? However, I also feel like we're going to want some hysteresis on you. So like on skipping stones and whatever, we don't swap screens until you go N over the border. And I feel like we could do that here as well. But I'm going to save that till later. Yeah, I feel like there's more screen swapping than we need. This is actually kind of nice. That's what's interesting with the custom zones. It's not that nice, and this suddenly feels a lot more nice. Except that the text on the bottom is desynced, but that's fine. So zoomed out, but this is what you want. Like you're problem solving in the game, and you want to see a larger area. right? This isn't that much. This is like 4 screens wide. That's one screen. That's like, it's less than 4 even, maybe. I think this is nice. I don't know. So you want it a little closer than this, maybe. Yeah, okay, wait. If we do 3 by 3 here, then that's the same as the fast travel, really, right? Once we change the fast travel, you just get half of one on the edges. Well, the thing is, if we do 3, I think it's 3 vertically, right? That's the thing. So because the aspect ratio of the screens is not exactly 16 by what 10, I think, on this monitor. Yeah, so look, um the screen goes to the wall north of the heroes starting and just south of the word homes, right? And so here that's exactly what we see. So it's 3 vertically and then it's more horizontally to fill that out. So let's just try this. I feel like this is pretty good. We could show a little bit less if we want to zoom it in more, but I feel like for problem solving, you kind of want this. Of course, I mean, we could do some mouse wheel thing, right? Where, like, okay, here's the thing. Once you change some design decisions, other things make a lot more sense. So, for example, one thing I heard you said in the videos is sometimes you want to be able to pan over while you're in the overhead map and stuff. And when you have all these like local area maps of different sizes that are defined by markers, it doesn't really make sense to do that, right? Because you're just snapping around to all these different things. But if you just have this, like, sure, you could pan this, right? Or I could mouse wheel it to go in and out, right? And that would be fun. We don't have that right now, but yeah, you would love to freely zoom and pan around. Yeah, maybe we'll end up there. Right now, I'm not going to do that this update because oh my god, there's so much to do just to get the game done. But yeah, on the overworld at this point, if this is how it works, then maybe you just zoom and pan around and it'll tell you the area name of whatever's in the middle of where you are. I mean, would we, in order to get that trade-off, do we not allow you to move again? Right? So that we could pan and all that? Low pan. I feel good about this though. This has solved some issues. You figure there was some reason. I mean, the reason is we're figuring out the game, you know? Maybe to keep some mystery. I mean, I don't know. I feel like if you unfog the fog of war, it's fine. Pan's Labyrinth? It's low Pan's Labyrinth. Okay, let's do this. Uh, oh, I don't. Can I do Grok without an account? Not really. I'm just not logged into Twitter on this machine. Okay. I don't want to. I just want to do an image. Here, I'll paste it. Wait, can I just do grok.com? Generate a scene from the movie Low Pan's Labyrinth. A cross between Pan's Labyrinth and Big Trouble in Little China. I am 18 or older. Okay. What? Okay, this is what is this? Jack Black as a Chinese guy. Why am I getting Chinese Jack Black? What is there? Is there a Big Trouble in Little China remake starring Jack Black that I don't know about? And why is there a Christmas tree in the background? And people think this thing can write medical software. All right, I'm gonna get some water back in a sec. Image, image, please. Um, Low pan from Big Trouble in Little China, but also chicken jockey. It's literally the same. Is wait, I thought it would give me new images. It's like the same. You're not sure you would trade a somewhat more zoomed out where I could still move for a fully zoomable. It might also depend on controls, right? So like if you're on gamepad, we're not really using the right stick. So we could let you pan around with the right stick, for example, right? I mean, I guess we could let you pan around with the mouse or something. There's a chicken in one, yes, but does this look like chicken jockey to you? This is like exactly the same three characters in the back, but then something. Amidst ancient ruins. Like, what if you just keep clicking these buttons, right? Okay, this one's exactly the same. Oh, wait, there's a little bit on the left. Okay. Is it actually compositing layers? Or is it no, because the lighting on Chinese Jack Black is different. He looks a little bit less like Jack Black. Like that's very Jack Black, and this is like slightly less somehow. Okay, this is literally You could almost vaguely see some mountains in the background with spectral guardians. That's a spectral chicken, I guess. Haunted skeletal figures. Whoa. Okay. I mean, AI really works, is what we're seeing here. He's definitely a chicken jockey cloaked in. We never got low pan at all. I want my money back. I want my money back. Now it's turning lady into Elon Musk. Okay. I think we're done here. I think we're done here. Those were quality images. I actually wonder what that looks like at full frame rate, but I'm not going to worry about it yet. There's still a little bit of awkwardness, which is if I'm here and I go here, we're in local area view and it says queue exit, which would be the right thing. But because we're in local area view, when I hit Q, it switches to overhead map view. Because it's still confused. So we got to fix that. The things I do to make games work. Wait a minute. Am I stupid? I've been doing all this stuff. Yeah, I think I'm stupid. Okay, never mind. No, I'm stupid about being stupid. We're fine. I was like, wait, am I doing the wrong thing? No, I think we're fine. See, if I'm in this mode and I hit Q, it actually goes. Toggle local area map. Okay. Okay. So if um okay. Maybe the right thing is to have local area map in the fast travel zone. I mean, maybe, but I think we decided it doesn't really make any sense because if local area map is 3 screens high, right? And each screen in fast travel is 3 screens, then it would be 9 screens high. And like the entire overhead map anyway is only, I mean, it's a small game, right? So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's like 12. So a local area map would not, it would be almost the whole map, right? It would be 9 by 9. It would be 9 by 12 out of 12 by 12, right? So that doesn't seem useful. I don't think it matters which one. So, oh, I see what you're saying. I'm just gonna finish making this work, and then we'll think about that. We'll think about if that makes more sense. Why is this happening? Is that because we're drawing this on the overworld? That's sad. All right. I think this is done enough for this build, and then we can think about. Wait, what? God, now it's fucked up. What's happening? So I'm in local area. Going here, we're in local area. I'm going out. Okay. Oh God. I didn't think about this. This is screwed up from before. So this works fine. This is what we were trying to do. I'm in local area. I go here, I'm seeing overhead. I go here, I'm in local area. Okay. The problem is if I go here, normal view, and then I go local area here. Well, I guess it's fine. I don't know. I mean, maybe we should just keep both modes, because the thing that's confusing me is if I hit Q, I expect to still be able to run around, right? And I can. But then when I come out, I'm not able to run around anymore because when I hit Q, I went into overhead mode because it was fast travel area. However, that was done before we mapped local area mode to fast travel mode. So here, um, I think we just get rid of this completely, right? I mean, we might have to change the prompting later, but I think now since we're like aliasing them in the camera code, all right. So here I went there. Okay, now I'm there. But if I go to global, yeah. So that's fine. That makes sense to me. Although actually, if I'm really being honest, yeah, I feel like you're right and it should just be local area map. And then when I come out, I should be in local area map on the overworld. Right? So it should be like the opposite. It should be the opposite. Yeah, let's just try to do that. I'm tired now. It's 10 p.m., but we're going to do it. So here, instead of this, we're going to say if we're already in overhead map mode, we want to come out of it. Otherwise, they both do local area map. All right. People think they're going to vibe code this. Like, What are you even talking about? What are you even talking about? All right. So I'm here. I hit tab and then I come out. Okay, that didn't fucking work. Why didn't that work? Did I recompile? Oh no, because ah okay. Here. We're gonna do that. We're just the control toggles local area map. And then toggle local area map's gonna have some complexities in it. All right. After this, we're gonna play some cards. It's gonna be awesome. Okay, now it's doing nothing. Neither key is doing anything. What? That's working. That's working. How did I break that? Oh, because this is calling back into this. In this case, but I bet I well, no, because that would. I don't understand what changed to completely break this. We might have to. What? Some guy who used to work at Media Molecule was talking about a short adventure trying to vibe code. Prepend every single prompt with a huge list of instructions about how the project is supposed to be organized. Yeah, I mean, it's just not there yet. And I think it's fine. It's fine to work on these things and to try to automate software creation. I think that's a worthwhile thing to do. And I think eventually it will probably succeed to some degree at least. I'm fed up with all the pretending. All the pretending that it works now and it's awesome, right? That's all. How did both of these break? It's exactly like I'm vibe coding, though. How did all this break? All right. So we're just going to break in there. Boom. Toggle local area map. That's what I expected. Okay, we're doing redundant checks here. Toggle local area map with manager settings. Overhead control. Per screen camera target equals local area. Oh, we didn't return, so we toggle. Because I commented, I saw the return. Okay. Why, yes, I see what the problem is. Now let us do it correctly. Toggle. That's what the turkey says at Thanksgiving. Toggle. I invented the tracking. Oh, was it Anton? I was talking to Anton about maybe working on one of our games, but it didn't really go anywhere. Yeah, Anton seems like a cool guy. All right, I'm going in. Cool. I'm going out. Okay. So there's a there's a little bit of a camera problem because fucking reasons, but I'm too tired to deal with it tonight now. So we're going to leave it off here. It's greatly improved. It is not done. But we've changed a bunch of assumptions and the goal and all this thing. So, all right. I'm going to put that on the list here. We got some bugs to fix tomorrow. We're finally at the point where we can do the fog of war clearing for empty screens on the overworld. So maybe we'll do that tomorrow. All right. Let us commit. Okay, this is a definite W. It will let people move better, not PlayStation Move, just regular Move. And we really got some things done. So that's great. We got rid of the spastic camera. Let me also make a note while we're working on fast travel camera. We want to do that, and we want to do pan the camera. This one might be easier. It might be hard. We'll see. All right. All right. We'll play a round of cards, maybe 2 rounds of cards. They're engineered to limit the damage that bad employees can do. Yeah, I agree with that completely. It's not just limit the damage that bad employees can do, but get a minimum amount of productivity out of bad employees, right? Which is a similar thing, but slightly different. Um, we've got 3, 4, 5 blue here. We've got 8 going on 7. 16's got nowhere to go. 15, 17. So that's sad. 1's got nowhere to go. So this is rough. Red 2, green 2, 0. 0 on 8 and 9 is not bad, right? Blue 6. Goes with the 3, 4, 5 right triangle. 2021. But the problem is this is a king. Wow, this deal really sucks. But that happens a lot in this game. So what are you going to do? I feel like I put the queen on the king and we try to do some 5, 6, 7, 8 green, right? 9. Ten red doesn't go anywhere though. And the 3, we kind of want 3, 4, but the 4, yeah, this deal sucks. This deal sucks. All right, I'm going to do this, that. We went the opposite way. I wanted this 8, but I also wanted the 5 gone, right? It's just moral dilemma like in BioShock. Okay. 6 on the 5, I guess. And then oh, if I had put this on 8, I could have put the 13 on the 12 and then Jack and then gotten blue 2, which would not be that good because 3, but whatever. That's not that big of a loss. Do I ever play any of the other variants? No, this is the only really good one. I mean, I don't mean to say they're not good. It's just I don't like them. I mean, I kind of played the Shenzhen Solitaire for a while. It's fun, but it's like pretty easy. It's a system designed to just have 10,000 people throw code at the wall and actually make sense of that. Yeah, I agree that that's what that is. I think, however, what we're also witnessing is that as software becomes increasingly more complicated or maybe just increasingly older, that's just working less and less well. Like everything is decaying, right? Windows is decaying, Mac OS is decaying. Um, all the Adobe products are just getting worse. And so I think that worked up to a point, but like it's really kind of not working now. Do you consider consultant software developers worthwhile for hiring as a full-time engineer? What does that mean, consultant software developer? That could mean a lot of different things. I don't know what to do here. I feel like I have to YOLO already, and that's a bad sign. That means losing is on the table. I could YOLO the 10, 7, 6 on the 5, 12 or 13 on the 12, right? 6 on the 5, 10 on the or Jack on the 10? Jack on the 10, get blue 2. But then what? Did something unlock in there that I haven't seen that is the pathway forward? Or am I just screwed at that point? where would the 10 go to recover from the YOLO? It would go on 9, which is very deep, in which what we said did not do a lot for. Or it would go on Jack, which is buried even worse than 9. So gold 10 is not a good card to YOLO unless we're going to clear out another stack, which I don't see. We could almost do this column, actually. Right? King, queen in the hole. 8 on the 7, 6, 14 on the 13, 6 on the 7. And then the problem is just this. Oh, we could put 7 up. 2 on the 3. Okay, this works. This actually works, guys. Because we have this 3, that's the only reason we can do this. It's still a YOLO, but I popped 2 cards. The problem is, oh no, we can do this. It's not even a YOLO, dude. They are from a consulting firm that sells custom software engineering services to help make new greenfield projects and maintain fix. I mean, I would say as a general question, it can't be answered. You just have to interview them as an individual. Is this person, you know, you just say, what skills do we need for this job? Does this person have those skills and are they going to do a good job? It's just a regular interview, I think, at that point. Boom. That was a powerful move that for some reason I only barely saw. Hmm. I don't know what to do. I think we need this gold too, but it's hard. It is playing hard to get, as they say. I'm going to do a YOLO because I don't see better things to do. This could end in tears. Tears, I tell you. So we could go 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, either direction. Quite possibly to give us the red 4, right? Oh, this is not even a YOLO. It's not even a YOLO. Easy clap. All right. I mean, it was, but it wasn't. Now what? Do we take the 2? Or do we put this over here and get the 10? Do this. I mean, I'm not greedy for the 2s. You know what I mean? Could have done that differently, but whatever. We do this. We do that. Okay, hold on. Yeah, we'll do that. That was messy. Could have been much more elegant. We got there anyway. All right, we won. Unless I throw. One time I lost this game by all the numbers going off the bottom of the screen. Let's make sure not to do that. All right, do we do one more? One more. All right. We got 2 2s and a 21 in the same column. 10 on the 9 gives us blue 2 instantly. Jack on the 10, 8 on the 9. Okay. So we kind of, without question, want to put this 6 on the 7, 10 on the Jack. But that messes up this 8 on the 9, right? Oh, except I mean, this 8 under here complicates it even more because of this 10. We've got green 8, 9, 10 jack, all right? But this blue jack is annoying. I'm going to do this because I think that's indisputably the move you just have to do. I don't have a proof of. Oh, we'll get the jack on there, queen between. Okay, remember how I keep saying these sandwich fragment assembly moves are the most valuable things in the game? I think that is true here as well. Problem is 5 eats our slot. Um, unless we do other things, right? We also have 9, 10 sandwiching 14 here. So I kind of want to, I want to do this to get rid of that. And now we have a 12, which is far away to go here. Sad. All right, so we want queen to go here. This actually might work out. So if I YOLO this, I go 7, 6 in the hole. Red jack to go on king, queen, jack 10 and get blue 2. Which gives us red 7 exposed, which probably doesn't matter, but it might matter when we move 10 onto the jack or whatever. We get 0. Queen goes king, queen, jack. And then green 5 is the only one. And I guess the problem is we want to put that on 6, but we have 10, 9 here. And this is inverted still, so we would need to put it on 8. So we would have a 5 eating our slot. But 9 on 10. Gold 6. Nowhere. And then gold, yeah, I don't know. Oh, the point is, though, we put the 9 on the 10 and then the 7, 6 on the 8. I think that works. Let's find out. Let's find out if I just threw. I think it works, right? Wait, where was the jack 10 gonna go? Did I just hallucinate that? I mean, we can definitely do this. We can swap a Rooney them. I think I thought this was going to go somewhere, which it hasn't. All right, that might have just been a throw. Who can say? Oh, no, we're alive. We're alive. Hey. Hey, okay, do we want gold 6 or 6 Arcana? 6 Arcana kind of sucks. Gold 6 kind of sucks, but the 7. It's on the 3 and the 3 pops, so like that's kind of the reason. Oh, we can trade it for 5. Yeah. So we do that. And we'll trade that. And then when we have somewhere for this 4, we'll get green 2, and that'll be great. Okay, that was all good. All very profitable moves. We don't have a 1-bagger. That's making me nervous. Because I could flip this onto the 8 if we had a one bagger. Yeah, 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 yeah. It's like kind of close to being solved, but isn't. $20 is buried. 1 is not as buried. We could get 1 by this in the hole, 6 up, 1 pops, 5 on the 6, and then 6 on the 7. Then we got no slots left. And we're hosed, probably. Oh, let's do a swapperoonie. What? I was being blind to the swapperoonies. And then once we've done that, we can do that. And then we could do this. Oh, that wasn't a stack. That wasn't a stack. Getting tired. Oh, swapperoo. Wait, that's not a swapperoonie. But if I do this, I get the 20 off the board. Is it worth doing a YOLO to get a 20 off the board? Maybe. Four in gap. 5 up. Queen of Swords on Jack. 20. Okay, but then I lose my slot. I was talking, this was a YOLO that I was talking about. Then I lose the slot to the 5, right? Now, I could then trade the 5 onto the 4 for the 10. But that doesn't buy me that much, right? But it does get me, like, that's the thing. If I could pop the 19, then this 3 could come down here. But that doesn't pop either, so it's not that good. Okay, I'm going to do a super YOLO, guys. This could be GG's. All right. Oh, wait, I can't. Hold on. This is a 2-bagger, so I can't flip this. I wanted to flip this. Back on the 4 by trading with this and then putting the 7-6 on it, but I can't do that. Mmm. This is rough. We actually haven't even got that many cards off, come to think of it. That's not great. I mean, maybe I should do this one. I don't know if I see anything else. There's this maneuver like I was talking about, right? Put that in. 6 up, 1 over there. 5 on the 6, 7. 6 down. And then though, that's probably game over. Game over. I don't know. I don't know what to do. 6, you want me to do this one? I mean, that looks like game over to me. We could go this way. Okay, so I was talking about 6 up, 1 pops, 5 on the 6, 7. I could go that way, right? Well, okay, I could do... If I do that, I lose to the 6 being up. But if we just throw 6, 7, we popped green 2. And then we have red 4. We could trade red 4 for the 8, 7, 6, 5, right? But then we're dead, like I'm saying, because we can't flip the 8, 7, 6, 5. It's very rough. Honestly, I think this is our only maneuver, and we're just going to have to figure it out. This might be solvable. We can't swap onto the king because of the missing 12, which makes us sad. If we swap this onto the 6, that's probably game over. We can't get to the 19. If we could put 4, 5, 6 on the 3, which would be great. Okay, I'm going to trade this. So here I could trade the 10 with this. No, I can't trade it. I could just put this. Oh, yeah. I could put the 6 and the 7 and the 16. And then we die on the blue 3, actually. Oh, I can do this. Wait, no, I can't. No, I can't. One. I mean, 1 looks like game over. I don't know what you want me to do there. Oh, wait. Oh, no. If the 12 weren't missing, we could do so much. But the 12 is missing. Oh, wait. I think we're dead. 10 up, 5 in gap. 5 in gap. Oh, yeah. Okay. No, that's good. That's good. Chat came up with a good move. Okay, that gets us 1 more. So now 18, that's not so likely to hit. But we can swap Rooney the 5, 4 onto the 6. That's good. right? And then we can do this. All right, that's good. And then we're down to this old chestnut being locked on the 3. Two will pop now, which means we could almost trade this onto here, but we can't because of this queen. We could put the 7-6, 2 pops, 7 over here, 10 on the 9? Or no, 9 on the 10, pop the 18, but we don't have anywhere for the... No, we can't put 9 on the 10 because 10's up. This is hard. This is hard. If only I had straightened this out before we lost our slot. I think we're dead. I mean, actually, probably not, because when I get tired, there's a lot of things I don't see. So maybe that's what's going on. Ten up, 7 on the free slot. 7. This 7. This 7. 16 on 15. Yeah, and then we're dead. Way to lose the game. Way to lose the game. Three is free slot. No, not if 10 is up. That's not how it works. Ten up, straighten leftmost stack to 8, 9, 10 jack. How do I do that? How do you propose that I manage to violate the laws of physics in order to do that? Actually, no, I can't. Can't do it. Any advice for someone starting with OpenGL right now? No. What do you mean starting with OpenGL? Why are you starting with a long obsolete graphics API and acting like that's useful knowledge? Like you're saying it like starting with OpenGL is useful. It's not. Learning graphics is useful, but like OpenGL is a turd that nobody serious uses anymore. So I wouldn't think of that as valuable knowledge. Lamau? No, I'm just being serious. I'm telling you how it is. I'm going to do this. It's probably game over. In fact, yeah, I'm dead. We got to win one. Well, you typed your thing too late. Vulkan is a disaster piece. It's not as bad as OpenGL. And here's the thing. If you program something in Vulkan, it is possible to make it actually go fast, which is not true in OpenGL. It is not possible to write an OpenGL program that goes fast because it'll just compile shaders on you randomly behind your back and you can't do anything about it. And it'll say, haha, fuck you, Charlie. You think you're in charge here? No. Daddy GL is in charge here. It's just a sewage disaster horribleness. Like, guys, I'm not making this up. Like, people don't use OpenGL for commercial games. And there's a very good reason for it. There's a lot of very good reasons for it. We've got this gold 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 going on. Right? But it literally can't stack anywhere. We need a 10 or a 3. 10 is there. 3 is under here. Okay, well, maybe we put the 5 over there. Put that all on the 6. Or put 6. I'm kind of too tired to do this, honestly. Anyway, we can at least do that and then decide where to put this. Aren't the vast majority of games in the not so far past made with OpenGL? No. Almost no games were made with OpenGL. John Carmack liked OpenGL in the early days, so the Quake engine games were, but everybody else used DirectX or one of the console APIs. Literally 0 games that ship on game consoles use OpenGL. Like, I don't know where you guys get these ideas from. I guess because it's just the open source thing, so everybody has good feelings about it, but it's terrible. It's an awful API because it was designed for fixed function pipelines, and then they kept adding extensions and extensions and extensions, and it's not remotely made to do what it's doing now, and it just sucks. Like OpenGL was fine for like 1990. You love me, candid takes. This has been my take on OpenGL for 10 years. What about learning OpenGL to get the fundamentals and then migrate to something like Vulkan? Here's what I would say. It is a good idea to learn the fundamentals somewhere that is not Vulkan because Vulkan is very complicated and annoying, right? But I would not do it on OpenGL because again, like OpenGL, it's very difficult to debug. It doesn't respect your time at all. Um, is just trash. So like I would like start by does Raylib do 3D or is Raylib just 2D? I would I would do something like that. I would do some um 3D code that is not low level Vulkan. And I would learn that way because there's a lot to learn that's just about how do you transform stuff, right? And get it to be where you want, and how does vertex color work, and all these things. Wouldn't you say there's a failure in education since people getting into graphics are constantly guided toward learnopengl.com? Yet, of course, there's a failure in education. The entire educational system internationally around the world is a dismal failure. Like, yes, yes, that is true. But I don't know what to do about it. You've seen people recommending SDL3 as a good way to learn. SDL just makes you use OpenGL, right? Or does SDL3 do 3D rendering without OpenGL, or is it still just a GL wrapper? SDL2, you would just use SDLGL, which is a freaking OpenGL wrapper. There is a bit of linear algebra to learn. That is true. That is true facts. But that's the thing, is that's the real knowledge, right? Linear algebra, algorithms for like clipping stuff or dithering things, or sampling, like those are the real knowledge. Those are the things you really want to learn, right? Any particular graphics API is like not, that's not deep knowledge of any kind. All right. I'm going to do this. That might have been a lose move right there, but I just wanted to make cards fly off the thing. Surely you understand. We actually could almost untangle this. GameMath.com. I haven't looked at that, but 3 has its own thing. Okay. Well, maybe that's a good way to learn. I can't really tell you because I haven't done it, but I would say the likelihood is that SDL with its own backend is probably better for learning than OpenGL. Probably. It might not be. Might not be. Yeah, I think I lost the game again. This just happens when I'm tired, is I don't look hard enough. Like the thing about this game is there's easy possibilities and then there's hard possibilities. And the hard ones get you further. I will try one more. Queen Jack 10 9 8. That's all good. 8 7 6 5 gold. 9 9 8 7 6 5. The problem is they're all on top of each other. The 9 wants to all stack on the 5. I guess we can do that. Where's the 6? 6. So, oh, 10 9 8 7 6 5. Jack 10 9 8 7. Dude. Dude. So, I'm going to go here. 7 6 8 10. Queen Jack 10 9 8 7 6 5. Okay, so the thing is, since we're stacked on here, we can't get on the jack till we get a one bagger, but we get one because this works. All right, so here, flip, flip, flip. This goes there, I guess. We should have done that first. All right, we get the two. Do this, do that. Easy clap. Maybe I shouldn't have thrown. We could do this, but I don't know that these are valuable. Maybe they are. Let's see if we can do something else. Just because we're winning, I don't want to throw again by taking it for granted, you know. Taking it for granted. You know when people take it for granted? So blue 5 pops. It doesn't do that much for us. Let's do this. I'm just looking at the screen and there's just numbers. There's just numbers. There's just numbers everywhere. Have I enjoyed any RTS games? You've seen me speak about them unfavorably? Not really, no. Did I ever try something like StarCraft 1, 2, or Warcraft 3? I mean, I played the Command and Conquer games. I played Total Annihilation. I played Homeworld. I liked Homeworld probably the most out of those. Original Homeworld. So can I pop the 8765? I think 8-7, 3 up, 6 on the 7. Queen there, 5. But then we can't. We need the queen or the 3 to come down, and they can't. Oh, let's do this swapperoo. Duh. Duh, George. And that gives us a slot right there. Okay, now we can do this, right? Easy clap. Clap on, clap off, clap on. The clapper. So 4 will pop off. Red 7 goes on the 8. Then we have 3, which can go up 22. Let's try this. I think we can make something out of this, right? Easy clap. All right. Swap-a-rooney. Hey, we got a card. 654. Let's get that 3. The cards are flying everywhere. And we got blue off the board. We got to get rid of all the bad cards, which we're about to. All right. Easy clap. All right, we're going to raid the tower. We're going to see how effectively the tower defends itself against our raid. Thank you for coming by. We'll do some more camera stuff soon or whatever. What is it? Is it Primogen? Is it the Primogen? It's the Primogen. My browser is locked up for some reason on my laptop. It just froze. The Twitch UI will not let me type, so I will do it over here. Raid the Primogen. Oh, now it only hung for 20 seconds. All right, everybody. Enjoy the tower raid.